All right. Welcome back to the Pocket Dimension, where we're going to paint all the things. So today, today we're going to paint up some dudes for an upcoming game that my club is going to be running. It's a excuse me. It is a American War of Independence game. So here we are. Yeah. Let's see you paint something, you dingus. You dingbat, he says. Alright. We'll get to painting something today. Because the last couple of streams I haven't really painted anything. I have put things together, have assembled. So, anyhow, we'll go ahead and, yeah, we'll paint some little dudes up today. Or get some paint on them anyway. So, let's see. Alright. So, I have some dudes in hunting shirts here. And bicorns and cocked hats. They're primed up. We had some nice weather earlier this week, so I took advantage of that and primed these dudes up. There's the general. Did I miss something on there? I think I got all the mold lines. Very difficult. Anyway, there is another live stream in the catalog about where I actually cleaned these up here a couple weeks ago. What is that? Priming is where you find all of the mistakes, because what happens is the metal tends to scatter the light when you're looking at your figures. And so when you actually go to prime them, priming kind of makes everything the same color, obviously, and gives you a base to start out from. But it also reveals things that you've missed. So, looks good. I wonder if this would. So I've got these on popsicle sticks, or craft sticks, tongue depressors, if you will. I don't know if this would really work very well. I have a feeling that would pop off. I don't know. Thing is this is meant for holding things with bases, like one Mel Bowes here. So we would put old Mel on here and paint him up like this. But because we're not having to hold the actual miniature, I think this would probably be just about right. To just hold it as we have it in our hand here. I think that's probably the best bet. So now I've already done some of the research on the uniforms of these guys. I think they're natural or white colored breeches and blue jackets, black hats. So we'll see how that goes. If I get some of the colors blocked in, I'll take a break, and first break we take, I think I'll take a look at their recommended colors and see what's going on there. Let's see, is anybody in the chat other places there? I've got the Social Stream Ninja up and running. So hopefully it's working. So all right. Let's see. Is that? Let's see. Trying to see if the pop out on Rumble, or sorry, the pop out on Twitch is working. Can't tell. Can't tell. Very odd. Because YouTube is popped out. Can't figure out what's going on with Twitch. Very strange. So anyhow, looks like, all right, looks like those chats are popped out. So social stream should be working. If I miss anybody's chats today, I deeply apologize. I do have things set up in order to do so, to work. So, all right, let's go with some blue. We're going to go with bright blue. Actually, I think I should start out with a dark blue. And a dark blue, a good dark blue. Ouch. Ow. A good dark blue. I've got a dark gray blue, but I think that's not the color that I want out of Procryl. Let's go over here, and we'll start out with Prussian blue from Vallejo model color, and we'll just shake it up right here on the old thingy. What's it? All right. Let's see what we got here. Yep. All right. Good deal. Came out a little fast there. So we're just going to block in on these guys, and we're going to do, well, I think we should probably do a flesh tone first. Let's go with a fair skin, just the mid-tone. Even though I am going to probably be working up from the darker tones. Because these are such little tiny dudes. Little itty bitty tiny dudes, I think a wash is going to do a lot of heavy lifting for us. So this nozzle is plugged up pretty good over here in this Reaper flesh tone here. I like the Reaper flesh tone triad. I really do. It's one of my favorites to use. But so I'm just using the mid-tone out of it. And yeah, here we go. A little dab will do you. So we're going to do the face, the heads, and the hands first. And because they are so small, generally I say use a big brush for small figures. But I think what we're going to do today is we're going to use a slightly larger brush, or a slightly smaller brush. Let's see, what is this? This is that one. How about this one? So if I use one of these small brushes like this, I mean, I think it's pretty good for what we're going to do. Usually I say start out with a larger brush. So I could probably use this one. This is a 5.0 liner. But that might be too much. Too big, too wide. So pick up a little water here. And yeah, here we go. We'll just paint right on their faces here. I'm not going to be too awfully precious about it. Probably do 2 thin coats as per common understanding. We'll just go right down the line. So I hope everybody's had a good week. Had a pretty decent week. Mostly. But I have to shift a couple of things for Monday. Got in. Somebody needs some service work done. So I'm gonna have to shift some customers around for Monday. Have to shift them back to Tuesday, I think. Unfortunately. Now, when you're painting, don't worry about getting things on surfaces that you don't want it to be on, because you are going to be able to clean that up with the next pass. So I've got paint all over his hat and collar and all sorts of places that I don't particularly want to have paint have this color. But as it is, it will be just fine. So we're going to paint his little fingers here, paint his little hands. So we're getting ready for doing a club game for the Battle of Saratoga. I think we're going to be using Regimental Fire and Fury rules. One of our erstwhile members has gone to a small expense to provide all the figures. He said he'd provide the figures if we would provide the paintwork. So we're going to provide the paintwork, several of us. And, oh, I forgot his hand over here. Now, I could be using contrast paints. That would probably work really well. But I'm an old school kind of painter. I've got the Speed Paint 1.0 set. But they have for a project like this, I think they would have drawbacks. So, if I had maybe Speed Paint 2.0, I would probably use that. But I also have a fairly dark gray prime on them, so I don't know if that would be quite terrific. So, I hope YouTube doesn't ding me for that, but you never know what YouTube is going to do next. They have been demonetizing and deleting long-standing channels with thousands and thousands of subscribers, and it's just kind of crazy right now. I do multi-stream because of that, very much because of that. I also multi-stream because I want to reach the widest audience that I can. Now you'll notice on Rumble, you could send a Rumble rant if you like. So don't be afraid to send the Rumble rants through. But do please like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. The other thing about it is I have a couple of sponsors you might want to check out. If you like a good energy drink, sugar-free, check out Dubby.gg. They have a lot of great tastes, a lot of great flavors. They come and go, limited time stuff from time to time, as well as some cool merch too, quite honestly. So check out Dubby.gg and use my code ROCKETFUEL, ROKKITFUEL, ROCKETFUEL at Dubby.gg, ROKKITFUEL. Also, if you want high quality, inexpensive miniatures, check out nextlevelminiatures.com and use my code ROCKET5, ROKKIT5, the number 5, Rocket, ROKKIT, followed by the number 5, for 5% off your order at Next Level Miniatures. So I'm doing what's called batch painting, where I go through and I paint one color first, and then I will go through and paint the next color, and then the next color, and the next color. So I'm not spending a whole lot of time on any one particular figure. So if you're watching, feel free to like, share, or subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. So we'll start out with Prussian blue, which is not a bad blue to start out with. Or I should start out with maybe the pants. I don't know. The pants are actually underneath the jacket, so I probably should start with the pants. But the jacket is so much fun. Yeah, let's start out with the pants. Let's get a good color for the pants. Something that is kind of off-white, maybe gray, maybe light gray. Maybe a very light gray to start out with. Well, I am going to do a wash, so maybe we'll just go with stark white anyhow. So, we'll get the old ye olde Pro-Acryl titanium white out here, and we'll do up their pants first, because their jacket goes over their pants. So we want to go from low surfaces to high surfaces. That way, anytime if we have any places where we get color we don't want it, it will be covered by the next layer. Let's see, do I have any ivory here? I've got some golden brown. No, I've got ivory. Ivory might be a better color. I don't know. Like I said, it's going to get a wash, so I think just going ahead and painting these guys' pants up in white will be just fine. And they've got spats or leggings of some sort go over their pants. I'm not sure what color those are. If they do happen to be white, or say buff, say like buckskin colored, we can do that later. If they are white, we can just do them again. We can just, hit that again later on. But I'm not going to get too worried about it right at this exact moment here. And you can see the dividing line between where the breeches end and the gaiters begin there. Then if I don't get good enough coverage, we can always go back and hit them again. No big deal. But that is an advantage of painting over gray primer as opposed to black. I do like a dark brown primer, generally speaking, but I didn't grab it off the shelf. I really didn't want to dig through my cans of primer to find it. I've got quite a few different colors to work from, so but we'll take a look on the old tablet here and see if we can find a representation of these fellas. Either a reenactment group or just like a uniform code. And these are just going to be tabletop ready. So a wash should be fine. Knock down the white color. Pretty sure they do have white leggings though. White leggings, blue jackets, according to the preliminary research that I did do. These figures are by Old Glory. Well, Blue Moon, I think, really. Let's see, we can tell. They are by Blue Moon, yes. A division, distributed by Old Glory. Yeah, so they are Blue Moon figures. Now, I have also got, in my own personal collection, I have got in my own personal collection, I have got Napoleonics from Zan Miniatures. And they're a little bit bigger than 15s. They're 18s. And they are absolutely terrific. They look great. Can't wait to get to them. I may have to take a little bio break here in just a minute. I am feeling the call of nature. So exit stage left. But yeah, this is kind of a group project. So now in our area we have a HMGS group that meets every first Sunday, I think, at the Columbus, Ohio Museum of History. So they've got things pretty well lined out all the way through October, I think. But this is not connected to that. So I'm going to paint this guy's pants, and then I'm going to go save my pants with a little bio break. And I'll grab my tablet, and we'll look up some pictures about what these dudes are supposed to look like. See how far off I am and how far I need to go with this uniform paint. Okay, let's take a quick little bio break. I'll be right back. After these messages, we'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. Let me just see what's going on over here at Twitch Central. Alright. Okay, that's weird. Anything going over here? Anything happening on the Rumble? So, well, what are you doing over there? Hey, get out of there! You always find something weird to chew on. You dingbat. Oh, silly cat. Silly boy. Okay. Alright. Alright, well, so, yeah, looks like everything's working as it should be. So, let's see. Let us look up. What are these guys supposed to be? These guys are, the majority of them are the 7th Continental Line Infantry. So let's look those up real quick. We'll do a little, maybe even discuss the Wikipedia of it here. Where is it here? Alright, 7th Continental 7th Continental Regiment out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. No, it's the wrong hat. 7th Continental Light Infantry. No. Oh, maybe? Nope. That's the British. Here we are. So, this is what they should look like. That's what they should look like. So, buff colored pants. Although, he looks more like he's got on boots than anything. Maybe they were dragoons? I don't know. Well, we'll go with that as a as kind of the look. They were out of the research I did earlier. Light. More images. Let's look at the images. Continental Light Dragoons. Maybe they took away their horses. Okay. Oh, here's another one. This kind of looks like them right here. But this is a North Carolina group. I don't know. Interesting. Oh, here we go. Second Continental Light Dragoons. Well, these aren't supposed to be. These are strictly not dragoons. This is, I believe, this is a line infantry group. Let's see if I can find the tag that was on that. Let's see. Oh, here it is. So, 7th Continental Light Infantry. Let's see. 7th Continental Light Infantry. Okay, okay. Now this is looking a little bit more promising. So red, so this one right here, that looks a little bit more like it. So we'll use this as our prototype. Leggings, white leggings all the way down, black shoes. See if they've got turnbacks. Now that's Lafayette's. I don't know if my guys are supposed to be Lafayette's or not. But don't see anything else. I don't see anything else that's indicative quite as good. And then the North Carolina group, they've got red turnbacks, but that showed white turnbacks on these guys. And then there are dragoons with white coats and blue turnbacks. That is a definite rabbit hole. So we'll go with white leggings. White leggings, black shoes. We're going to save this image. And then if anybody gets upset, oh well. Oh well. I can only go so far as button counting. I had to look it up. I mean, you should be able to see that all on the internet, right? So, we'll go ahead and pick this up and take this down to the feet, all the way down to the feet. So I guess I could paint his shoes first. That might be a good idea, huh? Paint their shoes before I do the, again, paint lowest to highest, right? So probably should have gone ahead and started out with that first. So we'll go with black. Won't need too much, a couple of drops, probably just a drop. Yeah. So we'll do his shoes. And I think we'll fix their turnbacks afterwards. We'll do white turnbacks. This is where blocking and washing comes in real handy. That way you're not getting hung up on all the teeny tiny details. You could really get hung up on them. Again, the hobby can take you down a rabbit hole of research and painting, and you can get really super fastidious with the details, even at 15mm scale. As small as these guys are, you know, I'm just kind of giving them the old lick and a promise. Block and go, block and wash. We're not spending a whole lot of time going crazy on them. They're going to be good enough for gaming. Get them on the table. And just there you go. They don't have to be perfect. They just have to be good. While we let the black on the shoes dry up, I think we're going to go ahead and make another pass on the skin here. See how fast we can get these little guys painted up. I don't know how fast I want to go. I don't know what kind of speed bumps these are gonna throw my way. But try to get these done sooner than later. Get on to my other projects. So So if you're watching, hop in the chat and let me know what you're working on today, this week, this month. Tell me about your latest project. And while you're there, wrestle the thumb and leave a like. And if you're not subscribed yet, drop a subscribble. Subble. It's free. Go turn that. What's up, Pumpkin? Where you at, buddy? Sneak underneath the shelves again? Are you sleeping under there? Are you snoring? My cat snores, by the way. There you are. Right here, right underneath my feet. Wow. Just laying there underneath my feet. Aren't you being a good boy for once today? Usually he wants to be on my lap while I paint, but he's just content to be near me, I guess. Which is nice. A good cat. Yes. Hey Otto, how's it going? Good to see you, man. Painting up some historicals today. I was talking to Tommy the other night too. Was talking about maybe getting together, playing some music here before too long. Maybe get something prepped and ready for Bluegrass Festival in the fall, or September there. Looks like my schedule allows for that this year. Said you'd been playing around with the mandolin lately. So, yeah, I think it would be fun. Work up 3 songs. Play the stage there. Yeah, so my new schedule here, obviously, like I was telling you about it. I'm just streaming on Thursdays and every other Saturday now. So next Saturday is completely open for me. Though I am trying to get some work done around the house too, but things I need to get caught up on. So that's good. I've figured out a better schedule. Much recently been too busy with other stuff to play around on the mandolin. Okay. Alright. Well, no doubt. Busy is busy. Alright, that's a pretty good amount of white on there. A little bit of the gray primer is showing through still. But once we throw a wash on the whole thing, it won't really matter much. And the gray is good as a natural shade for the white anyhow, so. Alright, so now we'll start painting the blue. Well, hopefully the busy stuff is keeping you out of trouble. Alright, let's see. This is the hard part here. I think he's supposed to have a waistcoat in here, but I don't think I'm going to worry about it much. At this scale, and for tabletop distances, 3-foot rule. Free next Saturday too. Well, gotta get off so I can drive home. Had to work today. Oh yeah. Yeah. I will. I sure will, Otto. So next Saturday, let's do something. That'd be great. Drive safe. I'll definitely be hitting you up soon. I don't know if this blue is really dark enough. I should maybe go for a slightly darker blue, maybe the dark Prussian blue as a base coat. On the other hand, this kind of medium Prussian blue is not bad. It's not really as rich a blue as they portray in these pictures, though. I always clean this stuff up too if I get out of the lines a little bit. Might have to see about looking at see if I can find an Osprey book that has the correct colors for these guys for all the details. On the other hand, let's just get the majority of the colors going, and I think, again, get the majority of the color going, and I don't think too many people would say much. There are those few in the historical gaming side of the hobby that tend to get real snippy about about buttons and lace and all this stuff, and quite honestly, they can go do you know what with themselves. And because they like to criticize, but they don't have the skill to back it up, you know. Well, it's not the right color turnbacks there. Those colors, those laces are wrong. It's like it's a 15 millimeter figure. This figure is barely taller than a ½ inch. Barely. And you are going to nitpick? Please, just stop with the nitpicking, historical gamers. Fortunately, those are few and far between. So, if I get out of lines here, it's okay. I can go back and clean it up later on if I wish. Again, going from the lowest to the highest makes cleaning up on the next pass always that much easy. So this is the 4 o'clock super alternate Sunday show. Saturday show, not Sunday. I've done it on Sunday a couple of times because I had to forego the Saturday show. Especially being out of town for conventions and the like. So, little break from conventions for the next month and a half or so. So, be able to do more around. So, Origins is coming up in June, so that's it for me until September. Well, working any conventions. I might go to one just as a participant, but there's another local one that I might go to just as a participant, but I don't know. I didn't go last year. I'm not sure why. Oh, I know what it was. Hotel room. That's what it was. Couldn't get a hotel room at the... They did not... They didn't know how to extend the block when I called them. So... Somebody needs to go back to school on hotel management. Oh, did I wake you up, buddy? Huh? No, just laying down there on the floor underneath my feet. You were being so good. Of course, as soon as he wakes up, he's going to want to come up here and find out what I'm doing. That is the nature of the cat. The nature of the beast. So I'm not really saying anything right now. Sorry, because I am paying attention to what I'm doing. I'm kind of just like zoned into what I'm doing here. So if you're watching on any of the platforms here, Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, hop into the conversation. Let me know what you're doing. Let me know what you're working on. If you happen to watch this on the VOD, let me know that you watched it on the VOD. That's pretty cool if you do. I always seem to have more views on the VOD than I do on in real time, it seems like, but that could just be bots or something. You know, I don't know. So anyway, welcome to the super awesome alternate Saturday show, or the SAS as I like to call it. All right. All right, what's next here? Let's put a little brown out for their hair. Brown's a decent mid-tone, mid-color for hair of indistinct color. Could be blonde, could be brown, could be red. We'll just use brown. So I used my phone to check and see if I was broadcasting. So I should probably go and do something about that. But all right, we'll get the hair here. Although I could probably do the hair last after I do the possibles. So we'll call these the possibles. That probably should be black too. That cartridge case there. So I'm gonna go back through and paint that cartridge case on this, guys. So there's a cartridge case. We'll paint that. Actually, I should wait and do that afterwards as well. So we'll pick up the white again, I think. Do the cross straps, belting, all of that. Do the cross straps and belting. Clean up any mistakes here, like that right there. We'll clean that up right there. We'll do the front. We'll do the front first, and then we'll do the back. There's a bag there as well as a strap. So and if we need to, we'll go back and fix it up. Oh, my goodness. Butterfingers. Butterfingers. I don't know, some of this I'm not sure about. Like, is this part of his coat or is this part of his gear? That's clearly a strap right there, and that's clearly a strap right there. But without a really good reference photo, should probably see if I can get somebody to send me a picture from an Osprey book. This feels like it's one of the more obscure uniforms of the American War of Independence. Always think of tricorn hats and the blue coats, cocked hats, blue coat. This would almost fit right into a Napoleonic campaign with the longer trousers go down over the shoes. Of course, their equipment was not that different. Tactics changed. Equipment was about the same. Flintlock rifles, flintlock muskets, I should say. Cannons and cannon weight were about the same. It went from being 2 men deep on the firing line to 3 men deep. So that changed quite a bit. But other than that, not really a lot happened in warfare between those periods for 100 years, you know. I'm sure that somebody out there is saying, you're completely wrong, there was all this stuff, and yeah, you're probably right. I'm probably missing something, but... (1776 to 1890s), or sorry, 1790, 99, 1799, 1815, 1812. Not a lot of differences. Why is that strap always wrong? This strap does not go that way, it goes this way. Alright, so there's going to be some cleanup going on that, on those dudes. Alright, let's do their cartridge cases here. Do those up in black, as I believe they were black at the time. we'll put a little black on their bayonet here. Help that stand out. Oh, they've got the bayonet on there. They've got their bayonets on their muskets already. So why is it still showing it in the frog? Maybe that's just more of a scabbard. Again, I'm going to have to get a hold of somebody and have them send me over a picture of these guys. I didn't see a really good image on the Goog. Well, while I'm painting black, I might as well go ahead and paint their weapon. Although it's hard to tell, again, their weapon has a strap on it. Looks like on the back side there. So we'll worry about that. We'll cross that road when we come to it. Cross that bridge, cross that road. Whatever. This is my United States of whatever. I said whatever. But the paint is coming along pretty nicely, even though I've got some mistakes here. I've got lots of mistakes. I'm not sure what's what on some of these. Just the fact that there is paint on most of these surfaces already goes a long way. So this is not perfect. You don't have to be a perfect painter to be a good painter. It's kind of trusting the process. People say, I could never do that. I'm not artistic. I'm a perfectionist. All of those, I'm going to be really blunt, folks, all of those are just excuses to not try something. I can't do it. Well, as my dad used to say, can't never could. So if you convince yourself that you can't, you never will. You'll never try it. And you might miss out on something. You might find that you really enjoy it. Learn the process. Miniatures painting is not a talent. It's not really a skill. It's a process. So if you learn the process and learn, the thing is it's really just a process. Nobody starts painting miniatures with natural ability. You may have some people who are inclined to artistic endeavors, but even they started somewhere, you know. Now cats Cats can't paint miniatures because they don't have disposable thumbs. Right? Are you trying to get up here? Remember, there's not much room between you and the desk and me in my lap. Hello, sir. What's going on, Pumpkin? What's up? Big kitty cat sigh. Remember, we've done this before. We've tried this before. Hey, you're gonna get paint. You're gonna get in the paint, buddy. Okay. All right. I am going to take you out to the other room because you are done with your nap and you are getting obstreperous. You're getting curious about what old JP is doing. So, in order to forestall any incidences, we're taking you out, okay? Is that all right? Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right, what do we got here? Painting up their muskets here. I'm going to take a quick break to be right back. Okay, and we're back, sort of. All right. Okay. Let's see what's going on over here. Twitch. If anything. Hey, Horseshoe number 4, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I don't know why it's not showing my pop out for Twitch right now. Very strange. Very strange. I've got Rumble. Got 2 chats up in Rumble, which is weird. I've got YouTube showing, but I'm not seeing my Twitch chat. So, anyhow, Horseshoe 4, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it there on the Twitch if you're still watching. I did not see you come in. But, anyhow, let's see. Back over to the backstage here. Alright, so let's go ahead and keep on keeping on here. These are the first, six guys I've painted up on these for this project. And there's a whole bunch more. Here's another, I don't know, what is that? 8. Got quite a few of these. Got quite a few of these to do up here. There's what is this? 3, 4. There's 7 there. Another stand of 5. So I got quite a few of these to paint up. So we'll see how that goes. So I like to undercoat weapons in black because the silver and the brown and the metallic bits always need a little help with those colors. And when you have a dark undercoat, it helps the brightness show up. Because there's not really much in the way of pigment in metallic paints. But I have a dark metallic that's perfect for gun barrels of the period. I have a dark steel, but I don't know that I would necessarily use that here because it's already undercoated in black now. So, but if I can get these basic colors down, any cleanup that I have to do is going to be a lot easier later on. So, like the turnbacks and collars and cuffs and all that sort of thing. Cool. Looking pretty good, if I do say so myself. Okay. So this part looks like part of his jacket, and then this is probably like a waistcoat or something. I don't know. It's hard to tell. These old uniforms of that period are not... They're just kind of odd. It's like, what is the waistcoat, and what is the jacket, and what is the... And these sculpts are not bad sculpts, but they also lose lines sometimes. And what I mean by that is like this line right here feels like it bounces over and gets into another spot. So it's just odd, just very odd. So all right. So the next thing, let's go ahead and do their hair. We'll just do this medium brown color here. This is a dirt splatter. This is called Dirt Splatter by Army Painter. This is from their older line because I don't think I have to buy a new thing every time a new thing comes out. So I'll just use it until it's gone. And then I'll replenish with whatever else is on sale. You don't have to buy the newest stuff. A lot of good work is done, believe it or not, with even just your basic Walmart craft paints. Why? Because it's what people can afford. It's what people have nearby. If you live in a rural area, and you can't get out to a bona fide hobby shop. I mean, of course, now this is a little bit different now with internet shopping. You can pretty well order just about anything you want from like Amazon. But at the same time, it's nice to be able to check something out in person. And I think a lot of tabletop hobby gamers are of the mind. I think the tactile sensation of an actual miniature. You have paints that you're actually using to paint your figures with. You really can't replace that with an online shopping experience, I think. So I think we're kind of predisposed to doing things in person. And so we'd rather go to a hobby shop. We'd rather drive maybe an hour and a half to an actual hobby shop and get what we think we need. Of course, you never know what you're going to need for any particular project, and sometimes you want to stock up for potentially for future projects. Well, that can be a whole nother sort of thing. That too has its risks. Painting too much or buying too much paint and not being able to use it before it goes bad in the bottle. I don't know if these guys were just have regular hair or if this was of the days. I mean, this was of the days of wigs, but I think wigs were pretty well, really kind of out of fashion by the time the Revolutionary War rolled around, aside from the aristocracy. So I can't imagine troops would be too concerned with wigs. A wig underneath a hat seems like a little bit much. I would say that most soldiers wouldn't bother with such a frivolity. Like I said, we could always go back and clean up things that are a little bit out of step there. So the last couple of months, well, let's erase that off of there. Last couple of months, I have done 4 paint and takes. So I get a little bit of a reprieve here. Don't have anything else going on until June. I go to Origins and run Sail Power for Sea Dog Game Studios. Sail Power and Tech Commander. So come on out to Origins and play a couple of games with me if you want. That's Sail Power and Tech Commander. Tech Commander is a fast-paced sci-fi skirmish game with mechs and power armor and vehicles and modern sensibilities about things, as well as the blisteringly fast gameplay. And this is not your this is not your father's BattleTech. This is not your father's mecha game. So all right. I should really change my water too. All right, let's take a look at this picture that I found. Let's see, I may send a message out to somebody that's got an Osprey book that covers this. Seventh Continental Light Infantry. That's His Majesty's. Yeah. So there's that one. There's that one. That's the Carolina Regiment. The other one is the Lafayette's. Is Lafayette's the 7th? Let's check out the Wikipedia just for kicks. Seventh Continental. Let's go to list of Continental Army units. Infantry. Rhode Island. 27th. Prescott, Fry Bridge, Heath, Woodbridge. Pennsylvania line. Excuse me. North Carolina, Georgia. Oh, let's look at... Oh, I know what we can do. I know what... let's look up... Continental forces at Saratoga. I don't want to know. I want to know who was there. I don't care about the general gist of it. Commanders and leaders. I said forces. Units, maybe? Continental units at Saratoga. List of Continental units at Saratoga. List of troop units. Here we go. No, those are cavalry. Oh, that's interesting. That's 2nd Continental Light Dragoons. So that's not my guys. Sheldon's horse. No. No. South Carolina is very similar in dress, but that is the 2nd, not the 7th. And that hat's wrong. Boy, oh boy, this is a looks like I've reached the end. Yes, I have reached the end of my rope and my patience. Oh my goodness. Sheldon's horse. Seventh Continental What is this? What did this say on here? I set that. Where did I set that? Oh. Yeah. No, that's not it. Where did I set that? Oh, I can't find it. Where did I set that piece of paper? Strange. I set it down. I looked at it. I set it aside. And I don't know where it is now. Nope. Very strange. Let's see. I wrote it down on the bottom of one of these popsicle sticks. Let's see. Is it on this one? Yes. 7th Continental Light Infantry. Alright, 7th Continental Light Infantry. Uniform. Alright, so there are some that are wearing hunting shirts. Well, I've got some guys in hunting shirts, but they've got cocked hats. And these guys all have nice jackets. Hmm. Well, let's see. Let's do this. I'm going to send out the bat signal here. Does anyone have the Osprey book that would illustrate the uniform for the Continental 7th Light Infantry? Google isn't turning anything up that's really specific. If you could take a couple of pics and send them my way, that would be great. I am... All right. That should help. Maybe somebody will send it through. That would be great. All right. So, what I could find, here's what I found. So, this part is part of the jacket that's turned back, called a turn back. And this is part of the waistcoat inside, from what I could tell. But I don't know what color the turn back is, and I don't know what color the cuffs are supposed to be. The hat is black, it's leather, and I would assume that the plume on top is probably a similar color to the turnbacks and cuffs, but I'm not sure. So I'm going to go ahead and paint up the hats, because I know the black leather part is black. Black leather part is black. That's a given. So the Alright, so I got some Merlin's Magic Medium out here, and we're going to utilize that. I do really need to change my water, though. These guys are almost dressed up like dragoons, but they weren't dragoons, unless they were dragoons and they just got reassigned. But they are an infantry company, or regiment, I should say. But as it is, I believe they were founded in Massachusetts. Again, I've done research on these guys, on this regiment, but Google is acting the fool lately and is not showing me the stuff that I looked up before. I probably should have bookmarked it, but I didn't. I figured if I put in the same terms that I put in before, it would show me what it showed me before. Shows you I was probably just a little too trusting of the Goog. So they've got a crest and a cockade on their hat. So that's interesting. Alright, well that's a good start. Let's go ahead and do another coat of white on these pants. Maybe a coat of white on what looks to be a waistcoat. If this is Lafayette's unit, that white right there would be appropriate. And if it's not, if it's supposed to be red, that's fine, because red will look just fine going over white. That will make it a little bit brighter. It'll stand out a little bit better. But then again, we do know that the red was in use by the 2nd North Carolina Infantry, which had practically almost the same uniform. See if anything's come through yet. Nope, nothing's come through yet. On the other hand, sometimes sculptors and armchair historians will come up with fanciful uniforms that make sense historically, but they never actually existed. So there's always that possibility. There is always that possibility. But I'll do as much as I can on these with what little information that I have, because anything else would be minor touch-ups and minor fixes. So we'll see how this works out. Don't see anybody in chat. So if you are watching, please do hop in chat and, well, chat with me. Let me know what you're doing. Let me know what you're working on these days. Tell me about your projects, what games you're playing. You might think, oh, well, I just see this guy painting some historical figures today. Well, I paint all the things. I'm not a Warhammer painter. Well, I'm not really a Warhammer player right now anyway. In particular, the game is in my opinion, the game is in a bit of a shambles right now, for various reasons. But you'll get that. I'm sure it'll swing back around to a much more enjoyable game somewhere along the line. Alright. So I'm not sure what other colors I should go with here. So we're going to just move over to the next batch. Yeah, just moving on over to the next batch here. Now, why am I starting with his pants first? I don't know. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Don't you say that you should start from his flesh first? Yes. But his pants and his flesh are in two different places, so they're both about the lowest part of the figure, considering. Of course, now his shoes are also in the way right here, but we can catch his shoes later on. They are actually lower than his leggings, but that's okay. That's okay. They're easy enough to paint in kind. So today was Free Comic Book Day. I did not go get a free comic book today. I was doing things around the house. As you do when you're an adult. And there were more things that I needed to do around the house, but I gave my word that I was going to be on at 4 p.m. today, as I want to be every alternating Saturday. Yes, join me for the Super Alternate Saturday show, the SAS, on alternating Saturdays. Or if you will, the Every Other Saturday show, the other EOSS, with apologies to Uncle Adam at Tabletop Minions. I used to stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but that was before I got a lot more responsibility at work. And so Tuesdays is just a bridge too far for me right now. So Thursdays and every other Saturday, every alternate Saturday is about right. About right. It frees up my schedule too. It's not so rigid. I'm not so tired either. Allows me to go to bed earlier on a Tuesday night. Speaking of Tuesday nights, you should tune in to Build Pay Play on YouTube with Dave Taylor and Jake Krajewski. Watch them as they interview luminaries of the tabletop gaming industry and hobby. You have award-winning painters, game designers, sometimes one and the same. You've got store owners. You've got long-time Games Workshop people who are no longer at Games Workshop. Workshop had a real brain drain some years ago, seemed like, for various reasons. A lot of rumors that people say things and have attitudes when they leave, and things were said in board meetings and the like, and whether they're true or not, I don't know. But they're plausible. It's plausible that they said those things. There's a quote from Rick Priestley that floats around from time to time on the internet. Whether or not it's true, I don't know. Like I said, it's just a rumor. Something about Workshop trying to be a toy company and not being... I don't remember it exactly, but it was basically saying that there was no more imagination left at Workshop, or they weren't interested in making cool things anymore. Something like that. It's the gist of that. The substance, as you might say. I'm going to have to maybe order an Osprey book, I think, to finish this project up. Kind of reminds me of the old song for, well, you know, my name is Simon, and I like to do drawings. I need to get more water in my water cup, folks. It is getting grungy. Grungy! Look at that. That's grungy. I don't want to have that. I don't have to contend with that anymore. So let's get some water here. And we're back. Alright. So, anything on the front of info here? Nothing. I don't think anybody's got that info for me. Oh, wait, maybe. Alright. So I sent that off to the gentleman who was coordinating the whole thing. Took some pictures. Hopefully he will be able to get me some information back in a timely manner. Maybe I'm looking under the wrong thing. Let me look at Freeman's Farm. Let's look at Freeman's Farm battle. Battle of Freeman's Farm. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. All the things I know already. Blah, blah, blah. Battle facts. Order of battle. Doesn't say. Order of battle. Burgoyne, Gates, Morgans, and Arnold's. But it doesn't show me the uniforms. It didn't say, let's see. Gates, Morgans, and Arnold's. Alright. Benedict Arnold. Unit commanded by Connecticut Militia, 1775. I'll tell you what, getting any specifics on this stuff is absolutely hair-pulling, teeth-grinding, upsetting. Well, I'll just keep on painting, as I don't have that information with me at the moment. Very strange, very odd, very frustrating. But it is what it is. So, unless I know otherwise, this is how they're going to get painted. Unless I know otherwise. Cool. All right, looks good. Clear that off, and then, yeah, let's go ahead and see if this blue is still viable. No. Let's try a different blue. Let's go with a darker blue. Let's go with dark Prussian blue. What are the chances that I'm going to get an answer from one of my fellows at the club and say, no, those guys are supposed to be, yes, they even called British units that were on the continent Continental. Let's go with this darker Prussian blue for these guys, just for kicks. Let's see what this is going to do for us. You're saying, but you're not painting their faces and hands first. Yeah, you're right, I'm not. We're just going to try a little a little something different here. Generally I would, but let's not worry about it today. That's generally how I do things, but this time I'm going to do it a little bit differently. Try something different. That's the thing about miniatures painting, is there's no one correct approach. There are good approaches and there are good practices, but there is no one perfect approach to it. There is no one overarching, you must paint this way or else we're going to come to your house and take away your paints kind of paint. Do what is comfortable for you. And while yes, there are better practices for part of the process, you can always adjust the process for your needs at the time. So that's what I'm doing. I'm adjusting the process for my needs at the time. And my needs are to get this done. Even though I've got until July, I don't really want to rely on that for giving me a time buffer, if you know what I mean. Because things happen. Work sometimes picks up and I'm not able to get to my painting desk on my designated times. Just various things. So I mean that gets half the model painted right there, with the white pants, waistcoat, blue jacket, the more I look at these, the more I look at that and I think that that is turnbacks on the tunic there. And not straps. But what color should the turnbacks be? I don't know. I do not know. The Carolina Regiment, it was red. The picture that I got, the other picture that I got with these uniforms showed that turnback and the cuffs on the jacket to be white. So I cannot say for sure. When I go back to touch these up, I may just use the darker Prussian blue. That's not a bad difference. It's just, maybe I mean, look, dye batches happen. A lot of uniforms were sourced by the soldiers themselves. They would buy them out of their first pay. So they would get as close to the warranted color as they could. But you have variations in die batches. I mean, it's if you are a historical gamer, historical modeler, what color is olive drab, right? What color is field grow? You will go crazy trying to get an actual colorway match. You can look at the specs from the time period, but when you start seeing actual pieces, uniform parts and pieces, you'll notice that there's a huge difference in die batches, fading. That's a thing. Sun fading happens. Not all dyes are really die fast. So getting overly worked up about the exact correct color. Well, what color blue was this supposed to be? Well, this is the color, this is the example we have, but we don't know. You can say, well, this is the color. You've got examples, but even within those examples there can be a lot of variation because dyes fade over time. So any examples that we have of uniforms of this period now, even if they're kept in immaculate condition, will still have variation and be considerably different from the color that they were issued in back then. So when painting for historicals, approximation is actually fine. Because you can go bonkers, absolutely silly, trying to get the exact correct color for the time period when we don't really know the exact correct color. Even textile historians that deal with a lot of old recipes for dyes will tell you that there is lots of variation therein. So don't become a button counter. That's the worst kind of historical gamer, is the button counter, the lace Nazi. You can drive yourself bonkers. And speaking of bonkers, if you are having a hard time, call the people in the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. They're there to help. If you were looking at my Twitch channel, I do have a button there that you can donate to the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. We are about $100 away from the goal. So we have a goal of $250. We are at the $141 mark. So if you look at my Twitch channel, you'll see a big purple button that says Donate to Charity. It's in the lower right-hand corner. You can use that to help somebody out, maybe give them a better day. Alright, let's go ahead and paint their shoes here. Let's see if I've got a call back on that. Not yet, looks like. the gentleman that's got the information is doing something else this weekend, so he can't get it to me yet. So what do I want to do here? I don't know what I want to do here. Let's go ahead and paint their hats. I think. Go ahead and paint their hats. But you're not painting the faces first. You're right, I'm not. You're right, I'm not. Again, once you learn the process, you can always adjust the process to your needs. So it's okay. There are no hard and fast rules in miniatures painting. It's not like electrical work or plumbing work or welding that has codes and standards. The only codes and standards that miniatures painting, the hobby has, is the one that you set for yourself. So if you like what you're doing, that is fine. And something else that's kind of cool is you can do, like, your historical gaming doesn't necessarily have to be historical, right? So what a lot of people will do is they will do what's called imaginations, right? And they will get some figures of a historical nature, and they will paint them as they wish. And do campaigns with their friends on an imaginary map that they've drawn up. And I think that's pretty cool. Imaginations. It brings back the idea that this is for fun and not everything has to be super serious interactive history lessons. So yeah, you can have a lot of fun with historical gaming Because the rules are rules. The rules don't care whether or not you're fighting the Battle of Waterloo for the 1000th time, or whether you're just using them to tell your own story in a fictional world. And you can always adjust the rules, change things as you want, things that work for what you're doing. You want dragons in your Napoleonic battles? You can make that happen. Sometimes it's just finding the right rules. Rules are a tool. Rules are tools. Part of gaming is that you are actually just making an agreement with your opponent that this is their base level of where we're coming from and how things work together. It's not a matter of... The rules don't even tell you the setting, really. They can model certain things in some settings better than other things, right? So, you're not going to put Lord of the Rings stuff, and you're probably not going to put orcs in a historical recreation of Gettysburg. But why couldn't you use the rules for Gettysburg to make a game where, or let's say Rorke's Drift. What if you made it Orcs Drift and had orcs in place of the Zulu? What if you did that? The rules aren't going to tell you you can't do this or you can't do that as far as your game goes. Well, I mean, the rules do tell you you can do this or that, but they don't tell you about your setting. They are parameters for the players, so you know what's expected between you and your opponent. But rules in and of themselves don't care. Just like the miniatures. The miniatures don't care what rules you use with them. For instance, we're using Regimental Fire and Fury, I think, for this game. But you could use 1776 by Lou Zocchi, who just recently passed away. 91 years old. Good long life there. Life well spent. Brought a lot of joy to other people through his sales of dice and miniatures, rule books, and his invention of the 100-sided die, the Zocchihedron, of which I have one. It's like a golf ball almost. Pretty neat. The only right way to paint miniatures is to just get paint on them. That's the only right way. The wrong way is to not paint them. Cool. Looks pretty good. Let's see. Let's get a little more of this dirt spatter out. And we'll paint these guys' hair. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. I'm kind of concerned about the turnbacks and all the strapping going on there. So maybe I'll leave the hair until later. But I'll do their skin, their faces and hands, I think. We'll go ahead and do that. And let's see, where is that color here? Yep, Fair Skin by Reaper 09047. It's kind of my go-to for Caucasian type colors. And of course we have a little clogging going on there. That's okay, it happens. Jeez. For crying out loud. May have to take that nozzle tip off and just give it a good cleaning. Seems to want to clog up right while I'm trying to pour it out. Go figure. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. I'd say that song is old enough to probably be in public domain by now, so unless somebody has a cover of it that sounds exactly like the way I just murdered it, I don't think I'm going to be in too much trouble. That song is actually called The British Grenadiers, which is odd because I'm not painting the British right now. At least I don't think these guys are British. Pretty sure these are Americans. Americans, or what would become America at the time. It's interesting to note that the preamble of the Constitution says, "We the people of these United States of America," not the United States of America. Because they very much considered themselves citizens of their states before citizens of their country. Very fascinating. The national psychology, or national identity, how it grew up over the years, how people kind of adopted certain ideas and came up with what it was. Of course, a lot of things started crystallizing right around World War I, World War II. Nationalism was a thing with everybody. All countries were becoming far more nationalistic, more patriotism and the like. Some people probably feel like that was a good thing. It also led to some persecution of people. But that's a whole nother history lesson. Cool. Looks good. Looks good. Well, it's almost 8 o'clock. That means almost 4 hours of streaming time here, and that's usually what we go for. 4 hours and 4 hours. 7 to 11 on Thursday nights, and 4 until 8 every other Saturday. So, that is the plan. If you want me to stream more, well, feel free to give a follow, like, share, subscribe, do all the things. Let's see if we can turn this into a real going concern. Do I have a Patreon? No, I don't have enough people to have a Patreon. If I had like 10,000 subscribers, I would probably do a Patreon. But I need to up my content creation game, which is I need to do more than just live streams, because live streams are long form content and nobody watches them. Say my good friend Otto, he shows up from time to time. So, and I didn't see anybody come in on the Twitch side of things either today. Which Twitch is being weird. Twitch is being twitchy right now. So that's very strange. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see anybody over on Rumble either. Not in the chat anyway. And yeah, I don't see anybody on Twitch. So it's very odd. Very odd, folks. Very odd. So these are 80% done. So these 7, 5, these 13 dudes are 80% done. Just waiting on some confirmation and some information. So, a little variation in the blue of their uniforms. So that's kind of realistic. So, drinks on me. I missed that horseshoe. I'm sorry. Oops. Yeah, like I said, Twitch is being weird with the pop out on the chat. It's disappeared somehow. I don't know what's going on. So, all right. Well, I think I've done enough damage for today on this project. So, I think I'm going to hang it up for tonight and go do something important. I got more work to do around the house here, because that is the that is the joys of home ownership. There's always something to do. So, all right. Well, I'm going to say good night to YouTube and Rumble, and we are going to raid out to Twitch, I think. So, remember, no matter how bad today might have been, the sun is coming up tomorrow, and the world is a better place with you in it. Keep on painting. Keep on painting.